Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. Happy Tuesday, August the 25th. Thank you to our friend Gravedigger for another intro for our show and for the Do Something Tour. I appreciate you guys being here. I want to apologize in advance for people on YouTube. We're still having some technical issues over there. I don't exactly know what's happening with the audio. It may be better today. I hopefully did some tweaking late last night. If it's not working, my apologies. I will focus on that today if it's not working. But thank you all for being here. We appreciate you very much. I know you've got choices to make, and we are so grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I appreciate you. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping, friends. Liking is loving, and sharing is caring. Please help us take out that gifting goal, and please head on over to the gallery. Put the items in there. Again, we don't choose those. Those are appointed to us, and we just react. It does help. It does help. It does help push us. Okay, it does help push us to the FYP. So I would appreciate that. Take care of all that stuff. I want to call your attention to this here. So your kindness and your generosity. When we first started crowdfunding for the Do Something Tour, we hit a 25. We set a 25K target. Your generosity, and the amazing contribution to this community through whether it be through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, et cetera, helped us push past that number by $6,123. We are now, as of about 40 days ago, we were presented with an opportunity to do a documentary. Remember, the initial push on the Do Something Tour was to for just me to go on the road with Kipper and travel chunks of the country, starting in the East Coast, working our way south. And then the idea of this documentary fell into our lap. So the plan is to start, is to start later in the month of September, early October, and then travel the country from California through the desert Southwest, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, the Gulf states, northern Florida, then up the coast and finish on Election Day in DC. That is still coming together, but we do need additional funding for that. So that amount there is went beyond the 25K that we raised on our way towards 50K. That was the amount of money that we need to raise to support the documentary. We've had some folks reach out to us that are potential angel investors. So we're working with them. So hopefully within the next week or so, we might have some big news to share. But right now, that's where it sits. So if you do want to continue to contribute and support the tour, your kindness, your generosity is never expected, but always appreciated. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Anybody who donates $3 or more goes into our weekly contest. And every Monday morning at 10 o'clock, we either randomly generate numbers or we spin our wheel. And I do want to make a note that I have not yet heard back from yesterday or last week's winners. Daisy, who donated on August the 19th, and then Melanie, I think it's Melaine, who donated on the 22nd, and then Shifty Lincoln, if you are watching on YouTube today, you were also a winner of our contest. Thank you for your super chat donation. So anyway, that's the status. That is where we sit on our endeavors to document the Do Something Tour. If it's not through an official documentarian, the initial plan was always to just put me with a camera and a microphone, and I keep going through these ideas. Coming downstairs from a hotel that we spent the night at and meeting people in the cafeteria over waffles and just having these conversations, in parking lots, wherever that might be. And that is the core of this entire endeavor. If we can pull off this documentary, it's going to be unbelievably epic and rewarding. And that's just part one. I haven't even talked to you guys about the follow-up tour, which we are sort of, I guess, temporarily referring to as the Did Something Tour. So the idea being go back and revisit some of these communities that we spoke to see their reactions post-Election Day, or highlighting individuals or community activists or organizers or people that are in communities that are just doing amazing work that don't ever get the attention that they deserve, that they don't ever get recognition. Not that they're ever asking for it, right? They're not asking for it, but we're going to shine a light on it so that we can get more exposure for people that are actually out there doing something, right? So that's the goal. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. And the gentleman that we spoke to who wants to film this documentary, and others who've also offered support and suggestions, it's just an amazing story. So he himself would be a centerpiece in our movement. But anyway, so if you do want to support us, there's a few things you can do. We're also going to be compiling a list of other ways in which you can support our endeavor. Do you have a relationship with a hotel chain, for example? Do you have a hotel nights that you would like to donate? So if we're talking 35 days roughly on the road, if we can procure like 15 to 20 hotel nights, that's going to save us a lot of money as well. And then we can use those funds and resources to do other things. I'm imagining a scenario where we're driving. I'm not feeling so hot, Savage. I've been nursing. I was sick the last couple of days of my trip to California coming back, and then got a little sick on the plane, and I have had this massive headache for 3 days now. It's driving me crazy, but thank you for noticing. Anyway, I have this idea that if we're traveling and we're getting some exposure, because the idea would be if we get the documentary component completed, we're going to be doing daily blog posts. Either way, I would be doing that myself, or it would be more professionally done, and then we get a little exposure as we're traveling across the country. And then people would say, like, what's going on? What is this thing called the Do Something Tour? And all of a sudden, we're given an opportunity to speak at an event that's not on our schedule. That would require me to hop on a plane and fly someplace, which of course is going to, allow us to or force us to incur extra costs. So anyway, you get it. We know things are tough. I know times are hard, but we're in this together. And if I have the privilege potentially of being able to do this, so any support you're able to offer would be much appreciated. Thank you guys for that, and I'll update you more. I'll do this. I'll probably do that little pitch again. Maybe a sinus infection. I'm not sure. Just not feeling so hot. But anyway, I will persevere. Again, Daisy. If you're watching today, Daisy, that's what I have for your name on Cash App, and then Melaine, Melaine. You donate via Venmo. If you're listening this morning, or if you are listening, if you could just check your messages so that we can work on getting you some merch. Appreciate you guys. It is the 248th day of the federal government breaking the law by not releasing everything connected to the Trump files. We're going to go through that a little bit this morning because there's a couple of updates, and it is 70 days until Election Day. In fact, there's some primaries today that I wanted to address because there's a couple of interesting controversies, I guess you could say. Yeah, I guess we'll call it a controversy. Let me. I have a guest. We'll bring up our guest first and see if this is start our show. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, Alicia. That's next. Good morning, Obi. Okay. We're going to get into the mail-in ballots piece because that is obviously the news of the day. We're also going to spend some time listening to the entire interview that Abdul Sayed did with Jesse Waters last night on Fox. Got a few other things I want to talk to you guys about as well, including the Shifty. It's all you, bro. You so Shifty. Thank you again for your super chat. But okay, so is the audio working then? Good. That's good to know. Fantastic. Appreciate that. Shifty, I appreciate you, but I'd like you've been a loyal and dedicated follower on YouTube. By the way, friends, if you don't yet subscribe to our YouTube channel, could you please do that? Because that's going to be something we're going to be using when we're on the road as well. I'll defer, but Shifty, being the amazing person that they are, said, please give my gift to the next person. Happy Tuesday. Well, I'd like to say, so TikTok friends, would you please encourage Shifty Lincoln to accept their flowers? So please do that. Okay, but we'll figure that out. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So there's a couple of elections. Well, back up a second. We've got a lot to cover today. Okay, let me summarize that. I want to talk about the elections that are coming up today because there's a couple that I think should. Well, one in particular has my attention. They're all important, but there is a special runoff election in South Carolina because during the primary, neither Darlene Graham, who's Lindsey Graham's sister, nor Ralph Norman received 50% of the vote, which means under South Carolina law, they go to a runoff. Graham led the August 11th primary with about 33%, while Norman received about 25%, but again, neither reached the threshold. The winner faces Democrat Dr. Annie Andrews, in the November 3rd general. Significant political subplot, though, because Trump has strongly backed Graham and campaigned with her, while MAGA Inc. spent more than $827,000 supporting her. That makes today's results another test of Trump's ability to move Republican primary voters. So you may recall that about, I think it was during hold on a second, let me fix that. It was during the primary season. that we had a bit of a slip up from Darlene Graham. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. A bit of a slip up. I guess we can safely say it was a slip up. But during her debate with Ralph Norman, she had the unfortunate moment where she was asked a question about foreign policy, and I am way out of order here. Where am I? Hang on a second. Sorry about that. Um, my apologies, friends. I'll figure it out. Okay. So she was asked a question. Again, I want people to keep this in mind. There are 100 United States senators. 100. That's it. And this entire administration has been all about meritocracy, doing away with DEI, doing away with unqualified people being put into important positions. So I will play the sound from the primary when Greta Van Susteren asked a very simple question of Darlene Graham. Hmm. Did you hear the rumbling in the crowd? Ooh, that's not good. Mm. It's funny, Isaac. I was thinking the same thing. At least she's honest about it, right? I mean, that's a bit refreshing. But your brother served on the Armed Services Committee along with other committees. Now, you are responsible for appointing cabinet positions, members of high-ranking officials in the government. You're there to negotiate treaties. It's a bit of a misstep, I would say. Hmm. Hmm. So it used to be like, it's one thing to say that you support the military. Okay, fine. We certainly know that that's not true from a policy perspective. It's rhetoric from the right about how they claim to support the military, because it's certainly not true in action. And I always think about a great quote that Joe Biden made: don't tell me what your values are, show me your budget." Right? And that's why I like this quote. Thank you, Gregory. Fear is a reaction, courage is a decision. And that's what this today's Republican Party wants you to do. They want you to react to fear mongering. The question then becomes, for us, is how do we react? Do you take the step, whether it's courage or just resiliency or whatever that might be, and respond to said fear mongering? So she's obviously unqualified for the position. She didn't ask for it. I'll try to be objective here. She didn't ask for it. Her brother died. I'm sure she'd rather have her brother alive than be a sitting United States senator. But she is a sitting United States senator. Exactly, Erica. That's exactly right. She's what MAGA thinks is a DEI hire. That's exactly right. Okay? So she could have made the decision to say, I don't want to run to fill his seat. Don't know. But there's been a bit of reaction to it, including from the president. So the president was pressed. Now the audio is a little hard to hear because he's on the tarmac of Andrews, but you can get a general idea of what he's thinking in regard to Darlene Graham taking her brother's seat. So you kind of heard it right there, right? She'll do what the president wants. She'll do what the military wants. Now, exactly. So she's a foot soldier. Now, obviously, we are in an extremely partisan time in our politics. So when we talk about, a party agenda, it's not uncommon for members of the president's party to vote in support, right? That's not uncommon. It's a little bit different, though, when you are acknowledging the fact that you don't know shit about foreign policy, and then the president says, I'm an expert in it, which you're not an expert in anything, sir. Not an expert in anything other than being a twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, racist, pedophile, con man. You're excellent at that. But here we sit, right, with a person who is likely going to be the winner sitting in the United States Senate who will be a foot soldier for the president. So we've got that. And then there's, of course, a reaction from numerous panels. I thought this was great. Abby Phillips had a variety of guests on discussing this very issue of Darlene Graham's qualifications or lack thereof. Um, no notes. So it does appear that the issue that we're having on TikTok is that, or on YouTube, is that you guys can hear me, but you can't hear the clips. So I will work on getting that fixed for you guys. I think I might know what the problem is. I just can't fix it right now. So please bear with me. I don't have as many clips to play today as normally, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be able. You're not going to be able to hear the Jesse Waters Abdul Sayed interview. My apologies, YouTubers. I will get that figured out. Sorry about that. But he's right. The criticism constantly comes from the right about DEI hires. Could you get a bigger example? First of all, I don't like the DEI. I can't stand it. As somebody who worked in corporate America, I've researched it. I've been involved in numerous peer level conversations with other chief marketing officers from other organizations across the country. And we talk about hiring practices and we talk about creating a work environment, DEIA, by the way. The A always gets left out. I don't like the term because it becomes something that it shouldn't. But here's an example of someone who is unqualified to be United States Senator. Unqualified. There's no one, not even the most hardcore MAGA, that would say that she's qualified to be a senator. And those same people, those that say that she's certainly qualified, are the same people that would say that Kamala Harris wasn't qualified to be the president. That's where we are now in this partisan bubble. It's exactly, Daniel. It gets used as a pejorative. That's exactly right. Thank you for stating that. So I don't know what happens there, but that election is today. You've also got in Oklahoma, there are statewide primary runoffs. Oklahoma has a much broader ballot today with Republican and Democratic runoff elections for offices where no candidate won the required majority in June. One of the marquee contests is the Republican gubernatorial runoff that's between Gentner Drummond and Mike Mazzei. There are also congressional statewide legislative runoffs, including a special Republican primary runoff for State Senate District 17. In Georgia, U.S. House District 13 special runoff. Georgia's 13th are choosing someone to serve the remainder of the late Senator David Scott's term. That makes it especially interesting because a House seat is actually being filled today, rather than voters merely choosing a November nominee. Municipal elections in Alabama. Several Alabama cities also hold municipal elections today, including Auburn, Bessemer, Gadsden, and Huntsville. South Carolina Senate runoff is probably the one that's going to gather the most attention just because it's a Senate seat and there's only 100. I want people to understand this, okay? Every single election is important. Every one, whether it's school board, dog catcher, surveyor. I want everybody. If there's one thing I would ask people to learn from the things that we discuss here, is that your vote really fucking matters. It really matters, and it doesn't matter in what election it is. It doesn't matter. It just does not matter. I want to encourage you to participate in every single election that is in your community. I should say erection, only because, well, every single one. And that gets you in the habit of participating in democracy, because we know we struggle to get to 65%. Look at this. So, Cook a Monster. Please stop surface level thinking and make America great again. So, Cook a Monster, you don't need to announce your presence or your departure. This is not gate B13 at Logan Airport. You come here every single day. You are never brave enough to get in the box and have a conversation. Instead, you're just looking for attention. So we'll give you some attention right now. Bye. Thank you. Appreciate you. Anyway, every election's important. Okay? Thank you, Alibaba. Appreciate you. Every election. I don't know how I can express that enough. 65% if we're lucky in the presidential turnout. And one of the initial intentions of the Do Something Tour was to try to address the 90 million people. Roughly 90 million people that were eligible to vote that didn't. That includes people that were registered that didn't. That includes people who did not register. And now, of course, we have the MAGAverse thinking that there's this massive wave of unauthorized citizens voting, and we know that to not be true. I don't even debate that topic anymore. It's not even worth it. Yeah, no, it's not a thing. Move on. So if you are in South Carolina, if you are in Oklahoma, if you are in Georgia, if you are in Alabama today, Roll Tide, please go out and vote. Please. If you've not done so already, please make sure you're registered. We're going to get into the mail-in ballot situation because I personally, logistically speaking, I don't think it's as bad as it seems. I think the bad part about it is that the President of the United States issues an executive order to take over elections, while for the past 10 years, he's been talking about election fraud. And we know without debate that he is the biggest perpetrator of election fraud in our nation's history. There's no denying that. All right, so I've got a couple of people that have requested, and I will bring up some folks. We'll talk. Morning, chat. Morning, Joanna. MGA, how are you today? MGA? MGA's Barry? Okay. Do me a solid, friends, and please just check the status of your box, please. My box. You're welcome. I'll give you consent. Erection fraud sums up your last boyfriend. Who said that? Sarah says erection fraud sums up their last boyfriend. Beautiful. Love that. That's great. Guys are the best. Box health is important. Totally agree. Be sure your box is healthy. She totally wins the internet today. I agree. That was great. Gina, how are you today? Gina? Okay. And then one more. Data. Good morning to you. I love that. I love that too. Hmm. I love that. I'm so glad to hear you say that. My mods would attest that I tend to have a series of wild ideas that circulate through my brain. Oftentimes, they're just being kind and saying, "That's a wonderful idea, Steve." Meanwhile, they want to kick me in the shin. So there's that too. But I agree. I mean, I don't think there's no such thing as a bad idea. No such thing. Agreed. Thank you for that. It's an excellent, excellent perspective. Did you get a series of emails from us, by the way? I think you did, probably, right? Okay. I'd love to figure out a time for us to chat. Maybe respond to that email. Let me know when you might be free, and then maybe we can talk. Thank you. Same to you. Thank you. Do the same to you. Thank you for your kindness, Fred. I appreciate you. Talk to you soon. All right. Bye. Yeah, so it looks like the issue that we're having with YouTube and starting to narrow this down a little bit is can't hear guests and can't hear the clips. Okay, now that I have that information, whether I can solve it or not is something entirely different, but I will do my best. Thank you. Okay, again, a reminder about the importance of erections. Even though erection fraud apparently exists with people's previous boyfriends, but I can't help you there. Okay, I do want to get into the situation with the Supreme Court's decision yesterday. As you know, there was an executive order issued by the president early on in his earlier this year. I think it was in March or February about addressing mail-in ballots specifically, working with DHS and USPS, wanting states to submit their voter rolls to the Department of Homeland Security, and so that they can compare notes, so to speak, even though we know the DH system is antiquated. So voter rolls are the most accurate form of information to allow authorized voters to vote. USPS then would say, well, since the DHS does not have that information, we are not going to send mail-in ballots out to these particular states. And I want people to keep in mind that many states have sued, including some red states. I think Idaho and Iowa, both or Utah and Idaho. Anyway, it wasn't just blue states. It wasn't just swing states. So this is a exactly military potentially. Again, this is a really chaotic situation. I think that's the idea. They want chaos. So I'm going to play the news girl. Does a Lisa Remillard does a really good breakdown of this, and I was going through the exercise last night, and I saw her breakdown. I'm just going to let her tell you the story because I think it's pretty close to accurate. Here you go. 70. Yeah, so just for those of you on YouTube, just the summary. Trump's mail-in ballot EO orders the USPS to create a rule to determine which mail-in and absentee ballots are delivered based on state-provided voter lists, and two, orders DHS to create a citizenship list. What could possibly go wrong with that? There's new video I saw this morning of obvious racial profiling from an ICE agent. Identified a person by saying, "You look like an immigrant." So if DHS is going through a voter roll, allegedly, and sees a name, oh, I don't know, like Garcia or Velasquez or Ramirez, do they just lean in and say, yeah, that's obviously an undocumented immigrant, and therefore they do not have the right to vote? And they communicate with the USPS to say that you can't send a mail-in ballot to this person. I'm not saying definitively that that's what would happen. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But this is what we're talking about, right? White supremacy and racism is expensive, but this administration will use every racist, bigoted, white supremacy lever that they can pull to deny people the right to vote. Good morning, HTP. Listen, I've said this a million times and I will say it again, okay? We have never lived, those of us that are alive currently in the United States of America have never lived through a period where our rights are being taken away from us. Not me as a white man. I'm good. I'm good. Although if I was white and had a Hispanic sounding last name, who knows? But women are losing their rights. Same-sex couples are potentially losing their rights. We certainly know about the LGBTQI community. They're losing their rights. The disabled people are losing their rights and access to things. Women. So here we sit, and I hear people clamoring for my rights are still intact. Well, no, Dylan, see, this is what you don't understand, Dylan. Because we on the left believe in the progression of politics and the progression of rights, when we see other people's rights being taken away, that's important to us. It may not be important. It may not be important. It may not be important to you. Juan Joel. So your 0 followers and your 30 following said the host is part of LGBTQ. Would that be a problem if I was? Would that be a problem to you if I was part of that community? I'm not, but would that be a problem to you if I was? I'm curious by that. Thank you for proving my point of what I was just discussing. Hatred towards othering people. So here we sit. One of the foundational rights of our entire system is the right to vote. And everything that this administration is doing is to deny people that. Even some of their own voters. Even some of their own voters, they don't want to vote because they're scared. They are scared of women in particular. Black women, marginalized groups, because overwhelmingly so, they would vote against their hatred and their policies. I forget who I was listening to yesterday. I forget who it was, but it was Doug. It was our friend Doug and our friend Paige was on the panel, and a member of the LGBTQI community, a gay man, was talking about how he loved Trump. And both Paige and Doug were reminding him that, listen, Obergefell could be on the chopping block. So your marriage to your husband could be just eliminated. Your right to be married could be gone. And this person's like, well, tough. Like, it's more of the same. Anyway, back to the story. I'll back up a little bit. Sorry, I just wanted to get that in there. Hmm. Hmm. That rule is supposed to come out tomorrow, so that's what she's talking about there. Like, maybe they jumped the gun on the decision because the rule hasn't yet been officially finalized, and it's supposed to be, I think, tomorrow. Hmm. Hang on one second. Shifty, thank you for wanting to get the water bottle. That's fantastic. If I could just ask you to email me at steve@dosomethingtour.com, and I'll need your government name so I can send it to you. But thank you for that, Shifty. Please again email me at steve@dosomethingtour.com, and I'll make that happen for you. Sorry, friends. DoSomethingTour.com, just officially, Tiff. It's Steve at DoSomethingTour.com. That will get you to me directly. So thank you. Sorry. I'll back up a little bit. My apologies. It's important. Hmm. 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 Exactly. So keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind, and that's kind of the takeaway. And I want to thank my mod team last night because I sent them this and like asked their opinion, and of course because I have the best mods in the fucking business. I know there's a lot of live creators that would say the same thing, but let's be real: smartest chat, best mods, and we had a back and forth, and I think we all came to that conclusion, right? That yes, on the surface this is absolutely ridiculous, but because of the vague nature in their decision, meaning that if the states feel like they're going to be harmed, then they can sue again. That's why this is going to create so much fucking chaos by design. Okay? Okay, so my assessment is similar to hers with one condition, right? The justices, the SCOTUS justices, did not lift the nationwide injunction that was part of the original League of Women Voters lawsuit, meaning that USPS cannot deny sending out mail-in ballots legally. Doesn't mean that they won't try, but now that the rule is basically official, this rule about mirroring voter rolls with DHS citizenship lists, etc., um, now the states can sue. And I can guarantee you that's what's going to happen. Again, we're 70 days away from election day. And I would ask, and this is where we have this massive just disconnect in our democracy, because we do still live in a democracy, and I'm sure we're going to get people in the chat chirping right now. Friends, by the way, if you haven't yet joined our team, could you do that, please? I would appreciate that. We're going to get people chatting and saying we're a constitutional republic. By the way, a republic is a form of democracy. We are governed under a constitution, which makes us a constitutional republic. We elect people to represent us. So we are a representative democracy, not a direct democracy. Oh, there are times when we do, the voice of the people influences whether something becomes a law in a state, etc. We are a representative democracy and a constitutional republic. So in this case, our friends on the right, MAGA conservatives, or whatever else they want to call themselves, are completely happy with the federal government taking over elections. The same crew that believes in states' rights. States' rights, brother. Same crew. Just make up your mind. Be consistent. Because, to be honest, those of you who clamor for small government, you should be the ones that are the most angry. You are the ones that criticize, you don't want government overreach, you want the government out of your business. Well, then tell me exactly how this is not big government. The federal government attempting to take over federal elections, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. It's never been how it works. You cannot claim to be about small government and then be okay with the federal government taking over elections. Plain and fucking simple. Same with abortion, same with anything, right? Good morning, friend. How are you today? I'm okay. Agreed. Yes. Good way. Good way to put it. Thank you. Mhm. I think that's the question. I think that is the question. So from I'll answer it in two parts. I would imagine that states attorneys general and people like Mark Elias, who represent the democracy docket, have been preparing for this. Meaning that I would not be surprised if you see lawsuits issued as soon as today or tomorrow. It should move quickly. Supreme Court is not in session right now. They're not in session again until October, so it would have to be an emergency, decision or whatever that might be. So I think the good news is that nationwide injunction still holds, meaning that the USPS cannot stop under the law. They cannot stop sending out mail-in ballots. So I wish I had a more succinct and specific answer to your question, but I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem. It creates chaos and vagueness. I do. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great question. Certain states send out their ballots. I mean, this is the problem, and it's a really good point. The problem now is that we are into that season where states are going to be sending out mail-in ballots. Some people already have theirs, right? So those we have to assume are going to be counted. I don't think the issue is the counting of the mail-in ballots. I think the issue is the issuing of the mail-in ballots to people based on this sort of ridiculous hypothetical voting list that the DHS has, which they don't. Part of the problem, from what I understand, is that the DHS is referring to an old list that they claim addresses citizenship, when that's outdated. So if we're going to be comparing a voter roll that the states upkeep daily, this is what the secretaries of state offices does, compared to the DHS list. If those numbers, if those names and those voting statuses don't match, who's going to win? And it seems like DHS would win, right? So that's the problem. It's a shit show, to put it mildly. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I think that's part. Remember how we've talked about this before, and I think a common theme of what this administration does is just chaos, muzzle velocity of disinformation and misinformation. Throw a bunch of shit at the wall, and every once in a while, something that you want sneaks through. I think this is just another example of that. Creating chaos oftentimes is enough to sway people from participating, and as we know, the last election was decided by a couple 100,000 votes in 5 swing states. So if you think about that, it becomes a problem. So I want to encourage everybody that's watching and listening today, stay focused. Stay focused. If you have to walk down to your local polling place to drop off your mail-in ballot, then please do it. Depends on the state. I would imagine so. Yep. Hmm. Good idea. Agreed. It's a good. Anytime, Fred. Thanks for joining. All right. All right. Bye. It's a great point. Yeah, Ferry, I see I'm bringing up right now. It's a great point. I mean, it's all about chaos, friends. I mean, they're going to do everything they can. Think about what they're doing. Hi, Monica. Think about what they're doing. Okay, what they're doing is trying to suppress your vote. Period. Good morning, friend. How are you today? I can. Yes. Good morning. Thank you. Preach. Preach. Totally agree. No notes. Love you, friend. Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, we will add that. Gregory, my boy, considering that's Greg's home state, I'm sure he would love to be tracking the turtle. We'll call it Turtle Watch. Yeah, they're all missing. Yeah, exactly. um, Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. I love you. Talk to you later. All right, bye. I mean, seriously, it's great advice. Listen, if your vote didn't matter, why the fuck would they be doing so much to suppress it? Think about that. All right? Think about that. If your vote doesn't matter, when people say, "Oh, my vote doesn't matter. I live in a bright red district or a bright red state or bright blue district, bright blue state." If that were the case, then why would they be doing everything in their power to suppress it? Okay, and I've got a story for you that I'm going to read to you in a little bit about. There's reporting that the Department of Justice has been sitting down with members of Trump's cabinet and the inner circle to prepare them for impeachment hearings because they know what's coming. So they're going to try everything they possibly can to take your vote away from you. And you heard from Fairy Dust and from Recovery, okay? Two black women who are saying, fuck them, we're going to do what we always fucking do and show up and overwhelm people. White America, get off of your lazy, entitled fucking asses and follow that lead. Seriously. This is the problem. This is what happens when we become entitled and apathetic as a society. Apathy is where democracies go to die. Okay? Exactly, Jen. Too big to rig. This is what happens. We become, yeah, well, somebody else will do it. Somebody else will clean the dish, will do the dishes. Somebody else will do the grocery shopping. Somebody else will stack the firewood. Somebody else will mow the lawn. Somebody else will vote. No. There's a shirt. Exactly, Francis. Fuck them. Vote. I love that. We need that shirt. Hashtag free Francis. Hashtag free Missy. Hashtag save the manatees. Seriously. We need to overwhelm them. I want to see I want to see record turnout. Can you imagine? Let's look at it this way. We talk about this, the 90 million people in that voting block, right? That were eligible to vote, that did not. Some of them registered, some of them did not. 90 million. The single largest voting block that we had were people that did not participate. Imagine if 10%, another 9 million voters show up to vote. I've said this a million times. I will take my chances on the outcome because I know overwhelmingly so that most Americans believe that we should have affordable health care, that we should have money out of politics, that we should truly be a country of law and order and hold the criminal element responsible, that we should address firearm violence, considering it is the number one cause of death for children between the ages of 1 and 18, etc., etc., etc. I will take my chances. So please, 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 if there's anything, the most gratitude you can show me and our team for the work that we do is to vote. That's it. That's all we're asking for. Sure, you can donate. Sure, you can support the channel. Sure, you can do your do something moment. So maybe your do something is just that. Just vote because they want to take it from you. And I'll remind you again, we've never lived through a period of our history. So the 342 million people right now that are in our country are experiencing for the first time in our lives rights being taken away. For societies to advance, you need to be increasing rights for citizenry. And again, this is one of those things that traditional conservatives would be so fucking angry about if they weren't blinded by their propaganda. Yeah. Okay. I've got a few more other folks that have requested. I'm going to bring some more folks up, and then we'll move on to a couple other stories. Apologize, YouTubers, for not going to be able to hear the guests today. I'll figure that out. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but I'll figure it out. Adrian, how are you today? Adrian? Adrian? No problem. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Everybody, if you could do me a solid and check your box status. If I think it's teal. I'm a little bit colorblind with that color. I think it's teal and pink. If you are watching the live and the teal and the pink is grayed out, that means you're in my box. Normally I would say, welcome, hey now. But in this case, it's difficult to know who wants to talk. Cyan and magenta, thank you, Emmy. I appreciate you. Thank you for being so specific. If it's still cyan and magenta, that means you're not in the box. So yes. So if you do me a solid and just check your box status. Yes, we value consent. We certainly do. Good morning, friend. How are you today? Thank you for asking. I'm good. Mhm. Hmm. Hmm. I love that. I love that. I think that's a don't minimize that, Alimam. That's a big deal, right? Because we know that we don't get the activity at the polls from Gen Z in particular that we'd like. And we also need to be educating and informing Generation Alpha as well, because that is the next block of voters. The boomers are dying off. So we have to replenish the voting pool, and it's people who in this generation understand they're not going to be able to buy a house. They are upside down on debt. College costs are killing them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What a perfect thing to do, to write a letter to your daughters. I love it. My pleasure. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. Emmy, you're killing me today. Vote cyan in November. That's just the best. Um, yeah, and I like the message. I'll tell a little story without embarrassing my daughter, because I know she's still asleep, so I can do this. Um, classes start today for her. She didn't have class on Mondays, but it started today. And last week, she met a young man who happened to be from Southern California. And through the diligence of my daughter researching, she determined that his family may lean conservative. And then it was brought to my attention last night that he in fact is a Trump supporter. And my daughter moved on from that. So we can only do the best that we can with our kids, right? And we have to exactly. Um, Very nice. He's a nice young man. I got to meet him. She didn't. It didn't take her long. Very, very, very nice. But she has her standards, which I'm incredibly proud of. And I think to Ali Mom's point, it's one thing to be aware of social injustice. It's one thing to be aware of just the minimizing of marginalized communities. It's another to act on it. And we need people to act on it. Exactly. That's exactly what I told her, Jay Ray. Never settle. In fact, when I gave her a hug, when I kissed her on the cheek and I said goodbye to her when I left last week, it's the last words I said to her. Never settle. And I would send that message to everyone. Okay? I would send that message to everyone. And I want to encourage all of us to not only think about the vote that we are going to cast in this election because you're all going to vote. It's also maybe your middle school age kids or your elementary school kids, maybe take them with you. Show them what this is about. Tell them what this is about. Put them down in front of the TV and stream Schoolhouse Rock. And just remind them is what's at stake. Because listen, you can say, I am voting for your future. I am voting so that you never have to worry about eating. I'm voting for so that you don't have to worry about losing your home because of medical debt. So thank you, Ali Mom, for your do something. I really appreciate that. All right. A lot of folks have requested if you guys could just do me a solid. I don't know who's in the box. Mods, can I just ask that we clear the box? Because I don't. And then so don't take offense, friends, if we clear the box. It's hard to tell who's in there for who want to talk or who just accidentally were placed in my box. So we'll clear the box and then you can request again if you want to come back up. All right. I forgot to tell you that gas prices sit at $4.09 today, down a half a cent since yesterday. We're going to get into that. I think what I want to do now, though, and I apologize again, YouTubers, for not being able to hear the sound. I'm going to play the interview that Abdul Sayed did with Jesse Waters last night. And it's great. I listened to it twice. And I think the interesting thing about this is that Jesse knows that he's being exposed. And the fact that Abdul Sayed, who's a doctor, a physician, charming, funny, handsome, articulate, checks all the boxes. And I think it's, unfortunately, Steve's box is not self-cleaning exactly. So I'm just going to play it for you. Again, YouTubers, I apologize. This is about a 25-minute segment, so I'll provide some commentary. I'll figure out a way to fix the YouTube. I really apologize, friends. But here you go. This is Jesse Waters hosting Abdul Sayed last night. Ooh. See? So I'll pause there. So the entire game that the right has is to continue to minimize people, whether it be a speech in front of a crowd, a bloodthirsty crowd, or Jesse Waters. Uh, I didn't even know that Jesse played football. But you want to have a fundraiser? Why don't we do a fundraiser for Planned Parenthood and line up Abdul Sayed on one side of the ball and Jesse Waters on the other side of the ball, and then blow the whistle and then see what happens? But this is the game that they play. They can never accept the fact that ICE is a band of jackbooted fucking thugs who are murdering American citizens in cold blood. I'd like for this conversation to be about immigration reform. Okay? Because Abdul Sayed is right. We've had INS. We've had ICE in the past. They weren't masked. They weren't committing these atrocities against not only undocumented individuals, human beings, but American citizens as well. So Mr. El Sayed is fucking brilliant. First of all, going there, obviously, I'm sure he's been clamoring on this. And by the way, his opponent, Mike Rogers, who is the Republican candidate for senator in that state, said that, well, it was just a civil decision against Donald Trump. Dr. El Sayed, correct. Thank you, Jen. Thank you for that clarification. That's correct. That Mike Rogers, who is his opponent, said, well, it was just a civil case with E. Jean Carroll. So I can tell you right now that if you're never going to see Mike Rogers sit down with someone on MSNBC or ABC News, because if it were me asking that question, I would say, Mr. Rogers, you went out recently and said that the verdict against the president was civil. So can you tell me what the jury ruled? And I would say, Mike Rogers, the jury found that Donald Trump deliberately and forcibly penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers. What would you call that, sir? What would you tell Michigan voters as to what that is, sir? And then watch him fucking squirm. Anyway, back to this interview. We got a guy who molested numerous kids sitting in the White House, Jesse. You want to talk about that? First of all, did you notice how quickly Jesse moved off that topic because he got exposed? Because we know from Scott Bessent's own mouth that the reason we have a number of what did he call the volatility of the job market? Noisy. He called the job market noisy, and then stated that, well, the reason that we have open jobs that are now being filled by Americans is because we deported people. I thought we were only deporting people who weren't working, people who were, taking advantage of the system, people who were, oh, I don't know, just not the non-criminal element. So you can certainly hyperfixate on one person. I'm not going to mention the name of the individual that the right likes to use because her family asked us not to, so I won't. You can focus on that if you want to, but you won't talk about the atrocities committed at the hands of the jackbooted thugs, mask-wearing bitches that are ICE employees that are literally murdering American people in cold blood in U.S. cities. You don't want to talk about that, Jesse, because you know how bad it looks. That shit didn't happen before. Why is it only happening now? So you want to get them out the way that you want to, including murdering them, sending them to CCOT? Got it. It's a great point. Exposing him again. So, Jesse, you claim that you want to reduce energy costs, but you don't want to address it in a way that would. Instead, you don't want windmills. You just want more pipelines. So you want more dependency on foreign oil. And guess what, Jesse? You know who also advocates for the oil and gas industry and big oil? That would be Rupert Murdoch, your fucking boss, my guy. So of course you're not going to come out against it. Hmm. First of all, that's not what the Green New Deal does. And by the way, the Green New Deal was never implemented. It's another fucking talking point. I'll bet you, I'll bet you $100. You ask a conservative who joins some of these panels what the Green New Deal is, and they will not be able to tell you anything about it. All it was intended to do was to move us away from our dependency on oil and natural gas. Doesn't mean eliminate it. Doesn't mean get rid of it. And by the way, I will remind you, Jesse, you cuck, that some of the biggest investors in sustainable energy programs, here's a secret, big oil. Because they want to diversify their portfolio because they see the future too. So miss me with your bullshit. And Jesse, you are getting absolutely fucking destroyed and exposed here. And here is a great example of cognitive dissonance when it comes to the right. Because they're going to watch the same interview and they're going to say that Jesse owned him. When Jesse is scrambling, the reason he's interrupting is because he doesn't want his viewers to hear the answer. There's a fishing industry in Lake Michigan, along with numerous other industries, that if that pipeline burst, would absolutely cripple not only Michigan's economy, but our economy as well. He doesn't want them to hear that. You ask a fisherman, would they rather have a windmill or would they rather have the risk of an oil pipeline bursting? Because we've seen that thousands of times. He's exposed and he knows it. Move on. Move on. Why are you gonna laugh? Why do you laugh? You see how uncomfortable you are, Jesse, when you're making your $15 million a year? This is the whole fucking point. This is why this is so great. I want to back up a little bit because of the statement. Whatever I want. Whatever I want. That's the clip. What are you going to do with more money? Whatever I want. Okay, Jesse, how about you use some of your cushy salary and fantastic healthcare plan and retirement packages? Meanwhile, 14 million households in America are what's referred to as food insecure, including 5 million children. What are you going to do with more money? That is exactly the fucking problem. Because he's laughing about it with his little fucking smirk, right? With his little fucking smirk. Hmm. Oh, yeah, again, so Jesse tried to personalize this. See, Jesse's a horrible fucking interviewer. He's so fucking bad. He's just this slick, super shiny white teeth person who fills airtime. He's a fucking shitty interviewer because he thinks these are gotcha moments, and he is now, his opposition is extremely brilliant, Dr. Syed. And somebody pointed this out in the chat. Although it's an informal interview, so Dr. Syed is using Jesse's first name, and Jesse is using Dr. Syed's first name, which happens to be Abdul, and he's using it a lot. That is by design. That is absolutely by design. No doubt about it, right? No doubt about it. But he's now trying to say, well, then Beyonce, who became a billionaire, and he was expecting Abdul Syed to defend Beyonce becoming a billionaire. But of course, Dr. Syed did not take the bait. Ooh. There it is. There is the divide. You can summarize this entire interview up right there. I just believe that I should get what I get and fuck everybody else. And Jesse just mocking it. Well, you want the money. No, no, I want to represent a state and a country where we prioritize things other than rich people getting richer. Once again, once again, this approach is something you would expect conservatives to support. Traditional conservatism would never support this shit. Never. And here we are. Here we are. Jesse Waters admitted it. Well, I don't fuck the poor. Yeah, I just want what's mine. How many times have you guys seen me talk to people to say, what about universal health care? Well, I don't want to pay for somebody else's health care. Okay. Well, you're paying for other people's health care now. Why don't we make it more affordable? Well, that doesn't matter. I just pay for it out of pocket. Why, again, I understand, but why wouldn't you want a system where you could save money and then everybody would have health insurance? Well, because I don't want black people to have it, is what it comes down to. Yeah. Okay. This is great because he talks about labor. Jesse said, labor. I don't. I want to be rewarded for my labor. I want to back up a little bit. Again, that's America. And you know what, Jesse? You're absolutely fucking right. White supremacy, the patriarchy, and capitalism all wrapped up into a big fucking ball of hate. What's mine is mine, and fuck everybody else. That has become, like, we talk about this before. I asked you guys, what is the priority? What do we prioritize in our country? We prioritize the military industrial complex and wealth. That's what we prioritize, right? So, and Abdul Sayed, Dr. Sayed, just exposed Jesse Waters by saying, listen, if you care more about billionaires than the middle class, then that's you. Then that's the divide. And then Jesse didn't, he he had an opportunity there to address it, but instead he doubled down and said, well, no, I care about what's mine is mine. Confirming, right, that in fact, yes, you only care about the billionaire class. Fucking crazy. And the majority of people who watch Fox News are people that are fall into the category of food insecurity. Some of the poorest states in our country, you can look at the data. Nielsen records this. Super popular in rural areas. In many cases, it's probably the only large cable channel that they get. So Jesse is talking to people who are struggling to make ends meet, laughing about his wealth, laughing about the fact that it's okay for billionaires to get more money. And Dr. Syed is like, listen, bro, this is up to you. You're the one that's supporting billionaires. I'm not. I'm not. You're the one that's supporting the elite. I'm not. That's you. Correct. I love that. You'll be okay. You billionaires, you'll be okay. Don't worry. Don't worry if we take an extra 2 or 3%. You'll be fine. Don't worry. And that's a fantastic fucking point. The reason that money doesn't circulate in our system now is because the billionaires aren't working. They're living off the fucking interest. How do you think Elon Musk was able to buy his companies? He did it by leveraging the assets connected to his businesses, not from his own wealth. Right, Dano? Is the gentle parenting. I totally agree. This is fucking brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. And Jesse Waters knows he is getting fucking smoked. And you watch the comments scroll by, Jesse owned him. What the fuck are you watching? Do any of you conservatives, MAGA, have any ability to be objective at all and just listen to what's being said instead of where it's coming from? Do you think, do you want billionaires to make more money? Do you? That's the question. You've been told that billionaires are job creators. They've never been job creators. 99% of all businesses in the United States have 500 employees or less. 97% of those have 50 employees or less. They've never been job creators, and they never will be. Mergers and acquisitions is not job creation. The market, Obi, I know you're listening, be proud of me. The stock market is not the economy. It's not. Just because the market continues to break records, and by the way, it's always broken records. The next administration will break records again. The next administration will break records again. That's how it works. Mergers and acquisitions do not create jobs. They look for duplicity and then they cut people. You look at these massive layoffs. They don't replace the 2,000 people that they let go. They replace them with like 75, automation, etc. Exactly. It's over half, Woody. Half the country doesn't own stock. Your 401k, but you don't get it. You don't get it until you retire. He is being exposed here. I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I think it's necessary. By the way, YouTubers, the link to this video is in the chatting section of our Discord if you want to watch it. Watch this. Boom. This is Jesse's tactic. He wants to say it's going to cost X. I've done the numbers. I've broken this down for you guys. $7 trillion is what our healthcare industry costs us now. By the end of next year, it'll be $7 trillion, roughly 18% of our GDP. Okay, $2.5 trillion in profit. Okay, so the Medicare for All model that most people refer to, the Bernie Sanders model, costs us between $30 and $40 trillion over 10 years. So basic math would tell you that $7 trillion is $4 trillion more than $3 trillion, right? And people don't realize, because they're not willing to listen, is it's not additional cost, it's replacing what we have now. And the right's got no answer, because they know for a fact, for capitalism to survive, consumers need capital. So a universal healthcare model, the Medicare for All model, again, call it whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I just want it. Would save the average American household thousands of dollars annually. And Jesse, you've got your cushy health insurance program, but millions of Americans don't. Exactly, Tiff. And to be healthy, to work. Tell me why your health insurance, okay, not your care, but your health insurance should be connected to your job. The answer, it shouldn't be. He's got nowhere to go with the answer to this question. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's the quote. Pete Hegseth was the 6th host on the 5. Fucking brilliant. Of course he knows. Of course he knows. I told you, $7 trillion a year that we spend on healthcare now without everybody being insured, Jesse. And what you're not going to tell your viewers is that $2.5 trillion is profit for the health insurance companies. Man, oh man, I wish I was somebody so I could sit across the table from Jesse Waters. That would be my dream. That would be, you can tell I've been single for a while, because that would be orgasmic. Exactly. So, Jesse, you just admitted that we spend $7 trillion now. And again, this is part of the problem with the right. They don't understand how this works. Or, well, Jesse does, but he can't allow his viewers to understand that. We're not talking about additional $4 trillion. We're talking about reducing cost. $15,000 on average per American citizen for healthcare, and we have what, 75 million people that are uninsured or underinsured. We're talking about replacing that with an increase in taxes that would still save you thousands of dollars annually. What is the issue? And this goes right in the face of capitalists. For our system to function, consumers need capital. Oh, I don't know. Let's give them more capital. And I'm opposed to the traditional capitalistic system anyway, but it is a system that we live in until we can fix it, right? So let's give them more money. What the fuck is the issue? What the fuck is the issue? You clamor about productivity? Well, guess what? People who can be proactive about their healthcare would be more productive because they wouldn't have to worry about getting sick and then being afraid to go to the hospital. God damn, it's like such the easy argument. And I'll say this right now in front of 1,400 people, and I know that there's some chirpers in here. If you can give me an economic argument against Medicare for all, I will delete my account and you will never see me again. That's how confident I am. I'll even go one step further. I'll put this on the record. If you can find me an economic argument against Medicare for all, I will get my tattoo removed and become a New York Yankee fan. Tom, yes, you heard that. That's how confident I am. Okay? That's true. Exactly. Damn. Damn. Let's move on. Now I understand it's a segment show and we've got about 25 minutes, but this is this is embarrassing. I mean, Jesse Waters is a fucking cuck. I think he's, Jed, what month is Jesse on our calendar? He's like October. By the way, link to the merch store for the Do Something Tour is in the link tree that's in my bio. He's getting owned. Doesn't want to address the core. Think about the things we've discussed so far. What Dr. Abdul Sayed has discussed. Healthcare, no argument from Jesse. Trying to fearmonger people, telling them that it's going to be cost $4 trillion more when it's not. Billionaire taxes, right? Obviously, Jesse's like, well, I'd rather keep my money, fuck everybody else. And then the sustainable energy programs. Principles of what progressive politics. So you have a clear choice to make. I mean, people on the right always say this is a contrast election. You're damn right it is. This is a contrast election. Do you want the same old, which is exactly what conservatives are trying to tell you and sell you? Do you want billionaires to continue to get rich? Do you want billionaires to still continue to be advantaged? Do you want billionaires to still get tax breaks? Do you want the oil and gas industry to continue to price gouge you? Do you want the healthcare industry, which is a $2 trillion profitable industry, to continue to do what you do? Because Jesse Waters wants that. That's what he wants. I don't. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. And I can guarantee you, when I'm out talking to people on the road for the Do Something tour, I'm going to ask the question, not in a partisan way, but I formulate these questions in my brain every time. So that's sort of the script, right? I'm like, do you think we spend too much money on our healthcare? How could anyone answer that question honestly, other than saying, yeah, we spend way too much money on our healthcare? Okay, would you support a model where we could insure every American and pay less? And my hope is that someone says, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, let me explain it to you. Let me explain to you what I'm talking about. Can you imagine somebody saying, if I ask the same question, do you think that billionaires should continue to get tax breaks? How do you answer that question objectively, honestly, without saying, no, I'm tired of billionaires getting tax breaks? In my quest to try to find common ground from a philosophy perspective, not from a political perspective, but from an ideological perspective. That's the goal. That's the goal. Real quick, let me. Obi, thank you, bro. Obi said, give away some merch or for the tour. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for your $100 on PayPal. I appreciate that, bro. Also, thank you to Lisa. Lisa said, let's do something. Thank you, Lisa, for your $12. Anybody and everybody who donates $3 or more through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, or a Super Chat will be automatically entered into our weekly contest. Speaking of Super Chats, Shifty said, clowns have more talent than Jesse Waters. I saw a clown make a balloon animal once. Yes, yeah, absolutely. And also, Shifty also said, I decided on one of your cool water bottles. I promise you won't pee in it. Thank you, Shifty, for that TMI. But I appreciate you very, very much. Actually, I forgot I had that $5. Hold on a second. Friends, in case you're just joining us, before I go back to this interview, real quick, what you see above my head is so your kindness, your generosity, and your amazing support of our channel allowed me to reach the personal goal of 25,000, which was sustain me because this is my full-time job now, right? So it's been a month since I haven't had, since I've sort of put my business sort of on the side burner. I had contracts come to an end with some of my clients. There's somebody I will always do some work for, but that's separate. So the money that you've supported and donated will sustain me not only now but also when I'm out on the road. We capped that goal at 25K. Anything beyond that now goes to drive us to get the documentary. The documentary fell into our lap about a month ago, roughly speaking. So we need 50K to fund the documentary. So that 6,240 is what we've earned above the 25K that you donated. We try to be as transparent as we possibly can, friends. That's the story. If you need receipts, we have them. Happy to share. That's the target. 50K for the documentary. We've got a lot of people that have reached out to us and say, informed us what's referred to as angel investors, people that may have some good fortune coming their way, who've all said they want to jump on board and help us do the documentary. I want to make it very, very clear. Whether we get the funds for the documentary or not, I am still going on the road. I will still be traveling sections of the country. It just depends on the route. We either go west to east, California to DC, or north to south, New England, and then down through the Atlantic states. Either way, we will be on the road come early October, late September, early October. So that's the story. That's why you see that change in the number, and that's what that's for. So thank you all for your continued support. All right, back to this savage interview. Hold on. Preach. Are you kidding me, Jesse? You're kidding me, right? And no one wants to get rid of Muslims in America? Bro, really? Okay. No, Mr. Meow. Jake Lane got stoned because he's a racist, bigot, insurrectionist traitor. That's why he got stoned. Okay? He's homophobic. He's transphobic. He's a bigot. He's a racist. He's a threat. He's also said inappropriate things about girls. So, Mr. Meow, do you believe his beliefs as well? Do you walk around saying inappropriate things about children? Are you a racist, bigot, transphobe, homophobe as well? Maybe you are, Mr. Meow. Do you walk around saying racist slurs? Probably don't want to answer that question, do you? Probably not. Exactly. Exactly. You can't say you agree, Jesse. All you've been trying to do is discredit him because Dr. Abdul Sayed represents democratic socialist policies. And think about what they are: healthcare expansion, education, strong social safety net, and investment in infrastructure. That's it. That's what it is. You can try to throw in, fucking fear mongering words like Sharia law and communism and socialism. That's because, Jesse, your viewers are ignorant, hateful people who will see Dr. Abdul Sayed as a threat, as opposed to somebody who can make their lives better. Michigan is a swing state, okay? It has been a swing state for a while now, right? Shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, because Republican conservative policies have what put the auto industry in a difficult position, right? Tariffs, for example. Dr. Abdul Sayed, who's probably one of the smartest people that Jesse Waters has ever fucking paneled, is beneath Dr. Sayed to go on his show, but I understand why, is going to, if elected, is going to make the lives of Michiganders and Americans across the country better because of the things that he stands for. So again, friends, I'll remind you, we need a coalition. Not only people like him, but we're also going to need moderate Democrats to work with him. We need a coalition government until we can get more progressives elected. This is, I'm with you, Nin. I can't believe that Michigan's a swing state either, but that's what it is. Anyway, so Jesse Waters in a very interesting predicament here. He cannot come out, and this is why I think this interview is brilliant. These are the little things that I look for as somebody who's invested a lot of my life in media literacy. Abdul Sayed has put him on blast as saying, well, Jesse, I thought you supported the working man. What's he supposed to say? What's he supposed to say to that? I mean, what is Jesse Waters supposed to say to that question? You can't come out and say that you support the working man and yet then be defending billionaires. This is fucking brilliant. I just love this interview so much. Hi, Dolphin. Oh, he's ever been on your show. Oh. Oh. Oh, 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 pipe down. No one is talking about the Green New Deal. We are talking about diversifying our energy industry. And I will remind you, Jesse, and I wish Dr. Syed had addressed this. I would remind you that some of the largest investors in sustainable energy programs, wind, solar, EV, etc., is big oil. Now, most people don't know that. We do. We know because we pay attention to this shit. So if big oil is investing in wind and solar and alternative energy, sustainable energy programs, what does that tell you? So MAGA conservatives, would you like to address that? How would you explain that? Of course you guys do that because you're the smartest chat on TikTok. MAGA conservatives, how would you explain that? How would you explain this hatred of the Green New Deal? And first of all, nobody is talking about the Green New Deal. That's just Jesse Waters having to use it as a talking point so he can keep his base engaged. What we're talking about is a diversification of our energy industry so that we're not as dependent on the Strait of Hormuz, for example. And we're not so dependent on importing oil, for example. Okay. Um, Again, this is just fucking brilliant. Whoa. Not true. Please address that. Exactly. Go ahead. Again, a lie. A lie that Jesse Waters needs to be able to tell his base that you're going to lose your doctor. It's just absolutely unequivocally false. It's not even worth debating because it's just not true. Okay? It's a stupid question. No, he didn't. It's a stupid question. Great answer. That's absolutely not true. I could not find data on that at all. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just threw a number out there. At best, what I found is 40% of Americans are in favor of their employee sponsored healthcare program. That's all I could find. If anybody could find anything else, I could not find anything other than that. We also know that nearly 80% of Americans would support a universal health care model? So, what would you believe? This is a simple question. This is an ideological approach to this. We have we have the Second Amendment. I'm a firearms owner. I respect a person's right to keep and bear arms. I also don't appreciate the fact that the number one cause of death for children between the ages of 1 and 18 is gun violence, whether it be self-unaliving, murder, mass shootings, etc. We know that. I believe that healthcare should be a right. I'm radical. I believe that food should be a right. So radical. Shelter should be a right. So fucking radical. Water. Food, water, shelter, healthcare. What kind of society do you want to live in? It's really that simple. The status quo, which has been corporate capitalism and authoritarian capitalism that we live in now, or a change. And like I say, friends, I always try to find the silver lining. I am the ultimate Pollyanna when it comes to shit like that. Friends know me. My friends know me. Sometimes it drives them nuts. I will always try to find a silver lining. Education as well, Patricia. You're absolutely right. Of course, no doubt about it. Thank you for that correction. You're right. What I see is how we should be prioritizing what we spend our money on. It's a clear line. Is this a contrast election? You're goddamn fucking right. It's a contrast election. Do you support the same old, which has put us in the position of $40 trillion in debt? Tens of millions of Americans uninsured, 15 million households living in food insecurity, et cetera, et cetera. Medical bankruptcy being the number one reason for people to go bankrupt in our country. Life expectancy decreasing, women bleeding out in hospital rooms and in parking lots and waiting rooms, women being used as incubators, children being targeted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those things that exist because of the system we have now. Or would you like to try something different? You can criticize something because you're told to instead of living in it. And I love how the fact that anytime Republicans want to talk about these kinds of things, they focus on socialism, Venezuela, and Cuba. And they don't talk about the successes of social democracies or countries that exist under democratic socialism, which again would be the prioritization of education, healthcare, strong investments in social safety nets, and infrastructure. You tell me how you want to spend your tax dollars. It's really that simple. It shouldn't be any more complicated than that. Here you go. Ha! No, they don't. Exactly. It's not a Gallup poll. I could not find that data anywhere. People like their employee sponsored healthcare, but that's around 40%. They still feel like it's too much money. $15,000 out of pocket per American every single year. And we have tens of millions of people that are uninsured. So again, contrast election, right? Hey friends, can you guys help us take out the gifting goals, please? And please check the gifts in the gift gallery. It helps us remain relevant. If you appreciate the content, please follow me here. We go live every Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. until noon Eastern time. And then again in the evening at 9 p.m., we have a wrap-up show that we call That's a Wrap. And occasionally we sprinkle in debate night. In fact, we might do a debate night tonight at 9 Eastern time. You want to support the channel, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, driving towards our 50K target for the documentary. Add Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all ad facts still matter. Check out the new items in our merch store at Facts HQ. Any donation of $3 or more, either through Super Chats or through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, get entered into our weekly contest to give away merch. There you go. Agreed. Agreed. Once again, a dig, right? Once again, a dig. It's got nothing to do with the NFL. Can you go to a game? Who can afford to go to an NFL game? That's the point, right? No, he didn't. Here we go. Here we go. He's literally going through the checklist of fear mongering. Sex changes for minors? And you know what you're getting? You're getting the hateful conservatives that are now moved to the edge of their seat. Yeah, gonna talk about them sex changes for minors. You see, I watched that Dr. Syed and he was talking about, he asked him a question about sex change for minors. Do you really think that that's happening? Yeah, damn right, in elementary schools. Really? Who told you that? Well, look it up. Okay. Yellow Canary. So you asked the question, so you agree with sex changes for minors? Nobody agrees with that, Yellow Canary. You're being propagandized right now. Do you understand that? You probably watch Jesse. You probably consume all this bullshit. I would say think about this logically, but that's hard for people like you. Where do you think that's happening? Now, there are people saying that in California, that a teacher can take a student, a minor, for a sex change operation without parental consent. Do you really think that's happening? And what would that look like? You'd go to school in the morning and then come home in the afternoon after a sex change operation and no one will notice? Stop being so gullible. Stop. Stop being so, exactly, they can't even give him Tylenol. And stop fucking trolling. It's just ridiculous. It's so stupid. I don't debate it. It's just so fucking stupid. You're going to hear Jesse say men and women's sports. Again, there are no men in women's sports. Stop with your fucking bullshit, okay? Oh, wow. Busted. What? What was, what? What? Circumcision? You support that, Jesse? Last time I checked, that infant didn't give consent for that. Parents made that decision, right? He's a doctor. So you think Michiganders are going to take your advice, Jesse? I'll remind people that Jesse Waters admitted publicly for slashing his now wife's tires on her car while they were dating so that she couldn't leave. Cool. Again, a non-issue. Exactly. That's right. There are no men in women's sports. Let's be very, very fucking clear. There are no men in women's sports. Okay? Because people who listen to Jesse Waters are hateful fucking bigots, it's easy for you to say that. But there are no men in women's sports. You just like to be hateful towards a particular community. So enough. Exactly. It's not a big thing. It wasn't even in the top 10 or top 7 or 5 when voters were polled. It's not. It's fear mongering. What's the number? 1% of our population in the trans community? Is it 1%? If that. I won't say that literally no one cares. The trans community certainly cares, without question. They care. But it's this targeted fucking hatred. It's less than that. Exactly. It's less than that. It's all they've got. It's all they've got. It's fear mongering. The only person in this interview who's talking about real life issues that affect everyday people is Dr. Abdul Sayed. All Jesse Waters is doing is being the mouthpiece for the fucking right and their fear mongering bullshit. It's true. Ha! Busted. Busted. Hmm. Exactly. Really? Really, Jesse? That's your answer after the systematic, hyper focused takedown that you just got exposed? And you think that Dr. Syed has not looked into the policy? I'll remind you, Dr. Syed, who worked at the state level in healthcare for Michigan, Dr. Syed, and you think he hasn't looked into these policies? He gave you a step by step, even for you, Jesse, who's not the brightest bulb in the tree, just destroyed you. And your answer is, well, you haven't looked into these policies very much. Wow. Like what? Like what? Like what? Well, there you go. Um, that's what we need. And Jesse Waters was just exposed, without question. He was just exposed. He knows it. His viewers don't, but he knows it. So he tries to come back at the end and say, oh, wow, these are wacky. Tell me one thing that Dr. Abdul Syed said that was wacky. And the best point that he made is, why aren't you asking us about things that people care about? We care about gas prices, right? We care about that. Jesse is awesome. Sure, Jim. Keep trolling. Sure. Sure. Well, he always looks bad, Cadillac. Good morning, friend. How are you? I'm good. I need to after Jesse Waters. Yeah. He probably did. I'm going to take a quick break. Can you drive for a second? Okay, I'll be right back. I heard the tail end of that. Thank you for that, friend. Appreciate you. By the way, the new items for the new merch items in support of the Do Something tour, you'll find the link in the link tree that is in my bio. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Everyone keep tapping, please. Help us take out the gifting goals. And if you, again, wouldn't mind checking the items that are in the gift gallery, would appreciate you very much. I'm sure Jen probably already said that. And in my bio and in my link tree. it just cracks me up. Um, it cracks me up. It's the glasses. Somebody said the Bradley Whitford sort of what's the doppelganger? Sure, I'll take that, no doubt. Okay, gulp. Yep, totally. Wilford Brimley Warner. Okay, fine, whatever. I don't care. Sure. Thank you for doing that. I still it still freaks me out that there's stuff. Anyway, it's great. So the links are available in I'm not even going to comment on that, but nope, that's totally fine. Yes, the link is in my bio. Yes, you'll find that there. It's the first one you'll find in the link tree. But thank you for that, Jen. I appreciate you very much. I'll talk to you later. Bye. All right, bye. So what do we learn from that exercise? Right? We've learned that the right wing echo chamber has no place to go other than to continue to fearmonger. Is there underwear in the merch shop? Tic Tac, again, the adult only section is behind a paywall. No, I'm kidding. Maybe, I don't know, at some point, who knows? I'm sure that will happen post haste. Anyway, the right wing echo chamber, which is already fracturing support, we know that they're losing some of the voices, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, etc. That's what they're left with. That's what they're left with. They're left with the bullshit fear-mongering talking points. Men and women's sports, again, there are no men and women's sports. Green New Deal, there's no Green New Deal. You're gonna lose your doctor. Not true. Right? It's like that's what they're left with. And you get people like Yellow Canary in here and Jim, these trolls who think that they're smart. You're just trolling. You don't have anything important to say. Nobody cares about your opinion. Nobody cares. Nobody. So I'm gonna bring up a couple of guests, and I got a few other things. Wow, it's 10:20 already. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks for being here, friends. Keep tapping. Help us with that gift goal. Appreciate you very much. RC, how are you today? RC Moon Pie, are you there? Okay. Again, similar issue we're having with the box apparently, which is fine. So Yellow Canary, hang on a second. Yellow Canary, you can say that very easily, but you never request in the box. So if you think I'm lying, then come up and prove me wrong. That's all I'm asking. Mitchell, how are you today? Okay, it's another request. So Yellow Canary, this is the problem. I'm going to send you an invite. You won't accept it. I want to know why. You say you guys just lie. It's so annoying. Tell me what I've lied about. Was I lying about playing the audio from the interview with Jesse Waters and Dr. Abdul Sayed? Was I lying about that? Was I lying that I said the gas prices are $4.09 a gallon because they are? Was I lying about that? Was I lying about the story I'm about to read in a little bit about the Department of Justice interviewing members of Trump's cabinet to prepare them for hearings? Was I lying about that? Was I lying about the statement that Darlene Graham made that she's not necessarily up to speed on foreign policy? Did I lie about that? So what did I lie about? What did I lie about? So you can sit in your little space. That's fine. But if I were making such, strong, bold statements like you're just lying, I would come up and defend it. But you can't. So pipe down, right? Go back to the corner, grab your bowl of stale fruity pebbles because you left the box open, the rip in your one pair of socks, and shut the fuck up. Thanks. Appreciate you. Good morning, my brother. How are you? I'm good. What's going on? I agree. I agree. Correct. Totally. Mhm. Exactly. Exactly. Correct. Correct. That's correct. Correct. I know it's a wild concept to think about. Liberal social democratic policies, progressive policies would help people, and yet nope, just gonna fearmonger their ways away from it. Correct. 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 Bro, like I said, that's how confident I am that the economic conditions would be better off for all of us if we had Medicare for all. That's how confident I am. So that's no. I will. Thank you for jumping in today, my dude. I appreciate you. Go Sox. Go Sox. See you later. All right. Yes. Okay. Let me. I want to address something that Chris just brought up regarding education because there was a joint statement made by the president and Linda McMahon regarding education. So first, her statement. As you all know, funding for the DOA, the dismantling of the DOE has been something that's a Project 2025 initiative. But I want you to hear from Linda McMahon in this joint press conference that they had yesterday. And the overwhelming majority of those students are in red states. Just real quick, I have the data for you. She's talking about test results. Let's see here. The states that are at the bottom: Arkansas, Alabama, Louisiana, West Virginia, Arizona, swing state, Oklahoma, Alaska, New Mexico. Those are the states that are at the bottom. Those are the states that are always at the bottom. States at the top, by the way: Massachusetts, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Wisconsin, Connecticut, Vermont. So you can make those arguments all day long. You guys know how I feel about education. I'd like to invest more money in it. I want to overpay teachers. I want to overfund the Department of Education. I want federal tax dollars to supplement states who can't afford to fund their own education systems. I want teachers to be sought after so badly that there's competition for them. Competition. United States of America, 2026, 14 million households with food insecure, and teachers have to use Amazon wish lists to pay to supply their classes. And Jen just pointed out Linda McMahon, who thought AI was A1. Cool. Back to this interview. Where is it? Hold on a second. Somewhere. Where did I put it? Right here. Again, return education to the states that under federal dollars being supported. By the way, the DOE does not determine curriculum. Their primary functions are to support special needs programs, right? To supplement and defend civil rights atrocities against students from marginalized communities, and access to federal student loans. That's their primary function. Primary function. So you want to return education to the states. Good luck with that, considering the states that always perform the worst are states that voted for Trump in 2024. It's always been that way. Really? Okay. Sure. And then here's Trump also doubling down on that. And listen to this fucking nonsense. We have a massive education gap in our country. I think we can all agree with that, right? The president himself, obviously not the brightest bulb on the tree, but he wants to say things that are just complete bullshit. Wait, the education system was weaponized? K through 12 education was weaponized? Hmm. Hmm. Thank you. Again, more fear mongering. Critical race theory is if it's discussed and talked at all, is collegiate level. It's not being taught to 4 and 5-year-olds. Transgender ideology. What the fuck is that, my guy? Yeah, you're cutting funding to education, sir. So what are you going to do now? Hmm. No men play in women's sports. Thank you very much. Once again, piggybacking on the Abdul Sayed interview, Dr. Abdul Sayed interview with Jesse Waters. What kind of country do you want? Is this a contrast election? You're damn right. What kind of country do you want? Do you want the same old, same old? Do you want the rich getting richer? Do you want the wealth gap getting wider and wider? Do you want more and more people losing their lives because they can't get health care? Do you want a system where we continue to cut funding for education? Yes, I want a system that props up marginalized communities. I have no problem with people becoming rich, but I don't want anybody to be poor. Seriously, this lowlife who left women, women stranded on a ship. What? Anyway, I don't want a system where we are debating food. I don't want a system where people are choosing between paying their electric bill and whether or not their family is going to eat. Why is that so complicated? What part of that is controversial? You heard Jesse Waters himself say, what's mine is mine. Jesse Waters makes around $15 million a year contractually with Fox. Okay. He's got a great healthcare plan, retirement. He's all set. So I would ask you, people like Yellow Canary in the chat, do you support what Jesse Waters supports? Now, Yellow Canary, I would ask you a question. You're in here, so obviously you don't work. This is my job. Okay, this is what I do. I do 20 hours of programming for this show, plus another 5 to 6 hours of programming in the evening, plus about 30 to 35 hours a week on show prep. This is my job. My choice. I realize that. All right? But I don't, that is again my decision. So what's your excuse? Why are you here, Yellow Canary? Now, do you advocate for people to have a better life, or do you want to continue to sim for billionaires? It's a real simple question. We always talk about these things, and I'm going to steal something from the right because you've seen Tim Scott and others say that this is a contrast election. You're goddamn fucking right it is. This is a contrast election. What kind of country do you want to have? Do you want the same old, or do you want progression? Progress, regress. Conserve or move forward. Simple. At least it should be. All right. Speaking of that, we know that we have just recently crossed the lexicon, an important number of $40 trillion of debt. Hold on. I don't need that. $40 trillion in debt. I want you to hear how the president addresses it, because it's very interesting that both the president and Scott Bessent have said the same thing. So let me, then I've got some sound I want to play for you guys regarding the controversy around Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner. First, I'm going to play you the sound from Scott Bessent because where is it? Did I get rid of it? You don't understand why there's a spike in oil prices? Scott, you're like the Secretary of the Treasury, and you don't understand what price gouging is? Okay. Grow our way out. Keep in mind that we're going to grow our way out of this. Okay. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. What about Biden? That's not true. Okay, let's address that quickly. I talked about this yesterday. No, the highest debt in the debt to the GDP was under the first Trump administration in 2020, and he also made the claim that they've lowered it since, and they have not. It's actually gone up since they took office. That comes directly from the Fed, which is the St. Louis Federal Reserve. So the Secretary of the Treasury literally just stood on the White House grounds and lied to you all again. So his response to the debt is to we'll just grow our way out of it. Well, the president had shared a similar sentiment. I think I have that sound as well. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Everybody keep tapping, please. And then I've got some interesting bits of, here you go. So the president was asked about the $40 trillion in debt. Mr. President, the $40 trillion in debt, considering that you've added most to it, what are you going to do about it? So, Mr. President, you have added more to the debt than any president in history. And when can we expect those rebates? Because you promised us all this stuff. And I have the receipts. So, here you go. Tiny little bit more. That's fine. Just pay a tiny little bit more. It's fine. Hmm. Hmm. Nice. People who live in poverty are not experienced navigating the real world. That was from Mike Rogers. People experiencing poverty are not used to navigating the real world. Exactly, Patty. That's exactly the fucking opposite. Which is exactly why I want a matriarchy. Okay? I'm going to pause there. Well, I'll finish this because I want to read to you something I wrote a while ago because I think it addresses exactly that. So they're saying that we should do a little bit more for the rich. Hi, Michelle. Oh, try to be patriots, friends. Try to be patriots. Sacrifice your food. Don't have any fun. You can't get your coffee. Just suck it up so that us in the billionaire class can continue to enrich ourselves through market manipulation. That's fine. Hmm. Oh, nice. You did the right thing. Okay. Hang on one second. I wasn't thinking about reading this today, but I want to. Okay. I wrote this a while ago, and it's on my Substack, but it's called Women's Empowerment and a Trickle Up World. Women's empowerment is not simply about representation, it's about power, who holds it, how it's exercised, and whom it serves. Around the world, women have demonstrated that when they gain access to education, capital, healthcare, and leadership roles, the benefits extend far beyond individual success. Families stabilize, communities strengthen, economies grow. Empowerment, then, is not a niche issue, it is a structural one. If women ruled the world under a trickle up economic principle, the global system might look fundamentally different from today's dominant trickle down framework. Trickle down economics assumes prosperity begins at the top, corporations and the wealthy, and eventually filters downward. A trickle up approach reverses that logic. It starts with the needs of households, workers, caregivers, and local communities, investing directly in the foundational layers of society. In many societies, women disproportionately occupy these foundational roles. They manage households, serve as primary caregivers, run small enterprises, and anchor community networks. Centering them would mean centering the base of the economic pyramid. Under a trickle up system shaped by women's leadership, policy priorities might shift toward universal child care, paid family leave, healthcare access, food security, and education. These are not soft issues, they are economic multipliers. When mothers have affordable childcare, they can participate fully in the workforce. When girls are educated, national GDP rises. When healthcare is accessible, productivity increases. Investment at the household level stimulates local spending, which strengthens small businesses and circulates wealth within communities before it rises upward into larger markets. Such a world might also measure success differently. Instead of focusing primarily on stock market growth or corporate earnings, metrics could expand to include well-being indicators, maternal mortality rates, educational attainment, wage equity, community health, and environmental sustainability. Leadership styles often associated with women, collaborative decision-making, long-term planning, and relational accountability, could foster policies that prioritize stability over short-term gain. This vision does not assume that women are inherently more virtuous or flawless leaders. Women, like men, represent a wide spectrum of ideologies and leadership styles. However, historically marginalized perspectives often bring fresh priorities. When those who have managed scarcity, caregiving burdens, and systemic exclusion gain influence, they tend to design systems that reduce those pressures. A trickle up world led by women would likely invest first in the margins, children, the elderly, the poor, and the environment, recognizing that sustainable prosperity grows from a secure base. Economic power would rise from kitchens to communities, from neighborhoods to nations. Rather than wealth cascading from the top down, opportunity would expand from the ground up. Women's empowerment, therefore, is not only about equality, it's about redesigning systems to reflect interdependence. If power flowed upward from empowered households and communities, the world might discover that lifting the base does not weaken the top, it strengthens it. So I wrote that back in March, and I was inspired because the more and more I've been reading about this managing scarcity. I mean, there is no better example of a single mom in America working two jobs to try to make ends meet. That is the definition of managing through scarcity. Living under that umbrella of how do I make ends meet? And yet here we sit, listening to people like Jesse Waters, listening to people like these Republican members of Congress and say, yeah, just don't worry about it. It's a sacrifice. Maybe don't have that cup of Starbucks coffee. it makes too much sense to people. That's the problem. We as humans were designed to be led by women. Why aren't we? There are so many examples of around the world of countries in New Mexico as a state that's run entirely by women. So many examples. It's just about the prioritization. And guess what? We all benefit. I've been told numerous times by members of by black women who have joined my panel that if black women's lives are better, then everybody's lives are going to get better. It's not complicated. It's really not. It's just a matter of pushing back against the patriarchy. And gentlemen, that has to come from you. You guys have to finally recognize it. We are the ones that have fucked this shit up. As long as humans have been humans, men have brought us to war. Men have introduced corruption in our systems. Men have been able to advantage themselves based on all the factors around at the expense of women, and yet women are there keeping the fucking lights on, keeping us fed, keeping us clothed, keeping us healthy, keeping us informed. Is it a lot to ask to say, what would our society look like? I want to see it. I may not in my lifetime. I don't know. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. So instead, what we get is constant disparaging of women, constant belittling, constant demeaning. Speaking of somebody that I've learned a lot from, Pat, I'm going to drop you down real quick, and I'll bring you back up in a second. You can request again. My apologies. I hit the wrong button. Yeah. I must have been channeling you, perhaps. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Yeah, yeah. I wrote that back in March. It's on my Substack. Thanks. Oh, damn, Michelle. I'm so sorry. It's true. Yeah, go back to work the next day. Just go back to work the next day. Yeah. Yep. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Gilead. Same. Yep. Hmm. Mm. I love you more. I want to say that, like we've discussed this before. Thank you, friends. If you don't follow Michelle, please do. I think about scarcity because that's what we're talking about. Now, there's no creature on earth better equipped to manage through scarcity than women, and then in particular, Black women. So we are living in scarcity right now. We have 14 million households that are short on food, 5 million children, people dying because they don't have healthcare access. That to me is scarcity. So then who better to put in charge managing us through scarcity than Black women, right? Agreed. Hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Mhm. Hmm. Correct. No. No. 70 days. 70 days. I know. It's great. Agreed. I agree. Yeah. Amazing. Hmm. Hmm. Yep. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Hmm. Yeah. Yep. Some excuse. Yeah. Exactly. It's become. I mean, it's never. It's not new. It's sadly it's not new. It's just louder. Correct. Hmm. I love you, friend. Appreciate you very much as always. Talk to you soon. All right. All right. Bye. I mean, no notes. Like this is the quest. When we hear, how do I want to say this? Um, through conversations with Nichelle and with my friend Kima and with Erica and recovering and others, it's always this reminder about how Black women in particular move differently through society because they have to for survival. So when I reference women in general, I think about women of color, Latino women, Black women in particular, because there's no better group of people to understand what it's like to manage through scarcity, sadly, because of the system we're in, they're forced to, then why the fuck can't we pay attention and learn from it? Right? When again, this is going to sound Pollyanna, but I will use this as an opportunity to say, I'm going to see the glass half full, always. The opportunity for more people being aware of this. Every marginalized community is under threat. Disabled community, women, LGBTQIA, cross sections of those communities, always. always under threat, under perfect conditions. Those communities are harmed every single day, under perfect conditions. When things are going well for most of us, it's still extremely difficult for those communities to survive. And now they're being targeted. Medicare Part D, funding for programs, civil rights protections in schools, elimination of history, denying promotions of black people that I think it was a high ranking either naval officer denied a promotion every single day. Right, exactly, Michelle. I took the word out of my mouth. Every single day. I will remind you, I started the show with this today. We are collectively living in a time when none of us have experienced rights being taken away from us. It's nothing new for black people, nothing new for Hispanic people, nothing new for marginalized communities. They're under threat every single day, every day. And if we can use that to say, fuck, this is what it's been like? And what are we going to do about it? Now, I am an optimist, and Michelle's right. We can certainly manifest it into existence by hoping that we are eventually run by women. Maybe. Maybe. I hope so. We've got models. Now, that's part of the reason why there is so much targeted hatred towards women, because the patriarchy knows. They certainly know. And here's the difference. If the matriarchy were to manifest itself into existence, it would mean everyone's life is better. Everyone's life is better. Because we just know that's what women do. Wired to take care of people. It's not how the patriarchy does it. The patriarchy wants to diminish people, wants to degrade people, wants to look down on people. So when you've got Republican candidates out there, even some, because there's misogyny on the left as well. There's people on the left that take advantage of the patriarchy every single day. So it's not unique to the conservatives, but unfortunately, it's now an underpinning of their entire political ideology. Who can we disparage today? Doug Wilson, Joel Webbin, all the Christian nationalists that are influencing our politics, Stephen Miller. They don't want equal rights for women. They don't want women to vote. They don't want women to vote. They want to use women, black women in particular, as fucking incubators. So when Dr. Abdul Sayed goes on Jesse Waters' show, it exposes the entire right-wing agenda. All they have is to figure out who the target is. And 9 out of 10 times, the target, women, marginalized communities, every community across the board that's marginalized. It's frustrating. It is, but it's the reality that we as white America, cis, hetero, white men in particular, have to face. Hey, Ryan, how are you, friend? Hmm. I agree. I'm angry with you. I'm not as angry as you. I need to be. Yeah, it's Olmsted, OLM stead. Yes. Yep. Um, mm, I appreciate you, brother. Still working on the details of that. Now that things have stabilized a little bit, we're going to be doing a live dedicated to caregivers, the disabled community. I'm putting the pieces together. Probably going to be next week, but I'll be in touch. Okay. Thank you, Brent. I got you. I appreciate you very much, sir. Thanks for being here, Ryan. All right. All right. Bye. I don't, the strangest part for me is like, why is it complicated? We can use the right zone rhetoric. This is a contrast election. No doubt about it. This is a contrast election. What kind of country do you want? Do you want more of the same where people are dying because they can't get health care? Where children are going to bed hungry? Where women are being used as incubators and women are dying in waiting rooms and parking lots? Ryan's community is losing protections through health care? Obergefell likely on the chopping block, so same-sex couples won't allow to be married. And by the way, there are log cabin conservatives out there. In Texas, you're not even welcome anymore. This is reality. This is 2026 in the United States, the richest country on earth ever. And yet, we're fighting over whether or not children should eat. You can look a conservative Christian in the eye and say, don't ever tell me again that you're pro-life. You're pro-forced birth. You're pro-controlling women, period. Which brings me to 248 days of the federal government breaking the law by not releasing everything in the Trump files. The DOJ filed a notice yesterday with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit challenging Judge Emmett Sullivan's June 25th preliminary injunction in the Fang v. Blanche case. Sullivan had ordered Attorney General Todd Blanche to release certain Epstein-related materials or provide legally sufficient explanations for withholding them. The disputed records are particularly noteworthy. They include underlying, handwritten FBI interview notes associated with 4 FD 302 reports, which are intake forms. They were redacted Epstein email correspondence, identities of potential co-conspirators, and foreign language material that may fall under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. There's also a new dispute over the scale of the handwritten material. Filings indicate the DOJ has identified nearly 100 sets of handwritten FBI interview notes potentially implicated in the litigation. The government has argued that some are substantially duplicative of already released typed FBI reports, and that releasing the originals could inadvertently expose victim information. Plaintiff Katie Fang is challenging the explanation. The appeal matters because Sullivan has recently become increasingly confrontational with the DOJ. At the August 13th hearing, he warned government attorneys that contempt remains available if his orders aren't followed, and pressed the DOJ over its failure to inadequately or adequately justify Epstein file redactions. So the legal battle has now entered a substantially different phase. DOJ isn't merely resisting Sullivan's disclosure orders in his courtroom, it is asking a higher federal court to intervene. Let's talk about that for a second. Instead of abiding by the law, because they did not release everything connected to it, to the Epstein File Transparency Act, instead of accepting the ruling from a judge, the judge looking at the law, saying everything that is in the law, you have not accommodated. You've not abided by. So instead of abiding by the law and releasing all of the information connected to people, men, predominantly white men, who committed some of the most horrible, egregious crimes imaginable against children, this Department of Justice, led by Donald Trump's former personal attorney, at the direction of the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on the list, predator, racist, pedophile, they are trying to keep it from being released. Tell me why? Tell me why. And that's a perfect example of why the patriarchy is doing everything they can to maintain power. Because if all the information, Donald Trump is a pedophile, there's no doubt in my mind, I'm confident saying it. If the president can say that Barack Obama is guilty of crimes, then I can say that Donald Trump is a pedophile. I firmly believe that. I've always believed it. The evidence is overwhelming against him. The reason that they don't want the information to come out is because they're all exposed. and they would all be known as defenders of the worst crimes imaginable. And here we sit once again. Justice for women. It's injustice currently. I'm so tired of just arguing over things like that. Arguing over food. Meanwhile, the president and his family are enriching themselves and laughing about it. $40 trillion in debt. We'll just grow our way out of it. Selling early access to True Social so companies can enrich themselves. Market manipulation. And people aren't able to fucking eat. To eat. We're talking about fucking food. And white America, what are you going to do about it? What are we collectively? Because I'm part of the problem. No doubt about it. At least I recognize it. I'm trying to make it better. But where the fuck is it? Where is the anger? Where is that frustration? Where is that energy? Why is it so difficult to take Michelle's advice and just get over this shit? And just fucking do the right thing. And do the right thing. Just fucking vote. It's not that difficult. I'm not yet, Tom. You missed the argument. No, but that's misinformation. My point is, we have this opportunity. It is right there. It is right in front of us. What are you going to do with it? As a reminder, there are some elections today. You've got the Republican runoff in South Carolina, which is Darlene Graham, which we've already talked about her this morning, about how she doesn't have any foreign policy experience and how she is I hate it, but I'll use it for the purpose of this conversation, a DEI hire, certainly not based on merit, against five-term Congressman Ralph Norman. Graham led the August 11th primary with about 33% of the vote, while Norman got 25%. Neither reached 50, which is why they have to have the runoff. Polls are open there. They close at 7 p.m. tonight. Oklahoma, statewide primary runoff, has a much broader ballot today. Republican and Democratic runoff elections for offices where no candidates won the required majority in the June primary. And one of the marquee matchups is the Republican gubernatorial runoff between Gentner, Drummond, and Mike Mazzei. U.S. House District Special runoff, District 13 in Georgia. Voters there are choosing for someone to serve the remainder of the late Rep. David Scott's term. That makes this especially interesting because it will literally be someone who then takes the oath by bitch boy Mike Johnson and be a member of Congress. Alabama, several municipal elections today. Alabama cities also hold municipal elections, including Auburn, Bessemer, Gadsden, and Huntsville. I guess the one that we'll probably be keeping our eyes on is the Georgia special election. That is a Senate seat. We'll see. The winner of that, though, then goes up against Democrat Annie Andrews in November 3rd, who is an extremely qualified candidate. I think Dr. Annie Andrews, as a matter of fact. So, South Carolina voters, here's a question for you. It's very likely that Darlene Graham will win the nomination. Darlene Graham, who has no experience, none whatsoever, and has admitted it, that she is just there to do what the president wants. The president said the same thing. Or Dr. Annie Andrews. South Carolina voters, can you honestly look yourself in the mirror and say the person better served to represent your state in the U.S. Senate is Darlene Graham as opposed to a physician? I think it's great either way. There'll be a woman in another woman in the Senate. I think that's fabulous. I don't want it to be Darlene Graham, and you shouldn't either. I want it to be Dr. Annie Andrews. All right. Situation. Thank you for that. I'll jump off the soapbox. No, I'm not going to jump off the soapbox. Fuck that. South Carolina, Texas. The fuck are you going to do? Are you going to vote? Texas, are you going to vote for Ken Paxton? Are you really going to vote? Are you really going to vote for Ken Paxton? Really? Are you really going to cast your vote for someone who was impeached by his own party, who committed voter fraud, who's had multiple affairs, who was censured, who let a pedophile out of jail early? Are you really going to vote for him? Or are you going to vote for James Tallarico, who's studying the seminary, who believes in rights, progression of rights for your state, who's a proud Texan. Really? And we have the situation with this whole beef situation. Argentina is fighting for its life, said Mr. Trump. Trump defends foreign beef plan as American ranchers cry foul. So here's a little bit of a montage of a few American ranchers. By and large, a pretty strong voting bloc for the president. Rural farmers, not all. No one voting bloc is a monolith. But here you go. Yeah, it says today. Oh, hold on. Today, I concluded a deal to substantially lower the price of ground beef for working American families. As everyone knows, under President Biden, beef prices soared at their fastest rate, and the American beef herd fell to its smallest size in modern history. As we work to rebuild this herd and help our ranchers for the next 90 days, the U.S. will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of product for ground beef to be imported with no opt-out of quota tariff. We have a commitment that this beef will be sold at 25% below current market prices. This deal will reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. No, that's not what people in the industry are saying at all. Argentina, likely. Mm-hmm. Love that. The trifecta of stupid. Mm. Mm. In Argentina. It's the same old, same old. You know, part of me is like, I don't feel sorry for many of you. That gentleman obviously is not a Trump voter, but many of them are. Same thing happened the first time. Had to bail out farmers, had to bail out ranchers. Gonna do it again. America first, right? Yeah, thought so. Just making sure that I was able to level set with y'all. These are the little things that happen that probably don't get enough coverage. But the beef industry in the U.S., again, Texas. The fuck are you gonna do on election day? Hey, Pat, how are you? Sorry. And ramen. Totally. She could. It's wonderful. You keep cutting out, bro. Yeah, I can now. Yep. Yes. It's wonderful. Oh yeah, always. Hmm. Underappreciated. Yeah. Yeah. No. Wow. Yeah, I'm not going to say she cared about public education, Pat. I mean, I think we can put a qualifier on that, right? I don't think she cared about public education at all. Outspend him. Yeah. Thank you. Nope. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. Thanks for jumping in today, Pat. I appreciate you, friend. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I mean, I strongly disagree with the statement about Betsy DeVos caring about education. She cared about privatizing education. She didn't care about public education. So perhaps Pat, you might have been a little propagandized there to think that because she didn't care about public education. You can say you can make the claim that you care about giving children access to better education when behind the scenes all you really care about is the voucher program and privatizing education. So we have to be careful how we say that. She's you know yeah, I'll leave it right there. Let me a couple of thank yous I want to send out to a couple people who helped support our cause today. Lori, um, Lori says, "Thank you for the $6 on Venmo. When those at the bottom financially does better, everyone does better. How do they not understand?" Exactly. That's exactly the point, right? No, you're good, Pat. It's all right. Don't worry about it. That's what we do here. It's exactly the point. So thank you for that. Also, I think I got everybody here. Heather, Heather for the $10 because Hector said so. Yes, I appreciate that, Heather. That's very kind of you. Also, over on the green, thank you to. Why is that not working? Um, um, Thank you, Arlisa. Thank you so much for your kindness for your $20 donation. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much. Again, anybody and everybody who who donates $3 or more will then get entered into our contest to give away merch. We do that every Monday morning. So thank you guys. Appreciate you very much. All right. Are you out of Are you out of jail? TikTok jail? Okay. Yeah. Mm. That's Archer Sanders. Okay. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you very much. I just followed you back up. Friends, if you don't follow Ren, please do. Please follow her back up so we can give her some more opportunity to stand in the face of Christian nationalism in DC. Thank you, friend, for the work that you do. I appreciate you. You too. See you later. Couple of things. Dre Mar, we own you. I don't know exactly what you own. And Yellow Canary, you keep chirping like a canary. You have been here for nearly 4 hours. You've been here for nearly 4 hours. It's wild. I mean, what is it? I mean, what is it? Like, is it the eyes? Do you like the beard? Do you like the cut of my jib, as they say? You come and go, but you always come back. So is it a strong attraction? That's fine. I would say I'm flattered, but not really. Anywho, I just want to remind people just for a quick moment that these people vote. Stand by. These people vote. Hold on. I missed my cue. Hang on a second. Where's the audio? Give me a second. Give me a second. Everybody keep tapping, please. Had to log back in since I reset everything. Hold on. Here we go. What? What was that? Say that again, please, miss. Please. Hold on. I'll get you there. How exactly would you know that we've been under British rule for the last 125 years if they destroyed the evidence? What? What? Huh? What? She votes. Um, Dre Mar, all caps, we own you, sissy. I bet you think that you did a thing there, right? See, what we do around here is we just mock people like you. Do you think that would offend me? Do you really think, dude, I got a birthday next week and they're churning out, and you think I give a shit at this point in my life about something like that? Did you practice that in middle school? And was it effective then? Probably not. But thanks for the engagement. Appreciate you. Queer lunacy, that's a good one. Queer lunacy is done. Wow. Should we check your browser history? Because I have a feeling we might find some things that you might not want to go public. But anyway, that's fine. I have a couple more little things I wanted to play to remind people that these are actual voters. Here's one. This is a good one. Again, this is the good liars out doing the work. Here you go. Who in government's not corrupt? The long pause. Again, what? These people vote. They are not infighting. They're not, side eyeing some of their candidates. They vote. They will go to the polling locations and they will vote. I've got one more for you. This is the anti-vaccine crowd. Here you go. Hold on. Get this in the beginning. Here you go. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Um, Mods, would you mind taking out the trash with a couple people there? I appreciate you all. These people vote, friends. They vote. They vote. Yeah. Good morning, swells. How are you today? Fine, thank you. What's on your mind? Oh, can you give me some context as to what we're talking about? Would you mind maybe turning it into a Google Doc and sending it to me through Discord? That would be awesome. I think you and I have talked about that before, and I know you're doing the work on this kind of stuff. But just a general sort of rule that we have in our show is we always try to like to look at things ourselves before we. I'm not saying what you're doing is inaccurate because I know you've been doing the work. But if you wouldn't mind just sending it to me through Discord, then we can and I can dig into a little bit more. And I'd love to have you back up. We can talk about it. How's that sound? I appreciate you. Thank you, Swells. I appreciate you very much. You got it. Have a good day. Bye. Um, once again, right? The waste, fraud, and abuse right in our fucking faces. Right in our faces. But nothing to see here, friends. Nothing to see here at all. Nothing to see here. All right, I want to get into one more bit of sound that I wanted to play. This has to do with a couple people. This is so Sean Duffy, in case you don't know him, is the Secretary of Transportation, and he's also out on the road with his family on a reality TV show, basically telling his daughter, who got accepted to Harvard, that she couldn't go to Harvard because he was concerned that she would be liberalized. Right. So this is Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, sitting down with Fox News on Fox News Sunday, talking about the tariffs, the trade war that now we've started with our number one trading partner. Okay. Secretary of Transportation, who is was a former reality TV star himself and is now out on the road again, but no conflict of interest there. Literally on Fox on Sunday, attempting to tell the American public that Canada does not have a military? What? Um, so of course, I did some research. Canada is significantly smaller than the United States from a population perspective, but they have 100,000 active duty and primary reservists. They spend $57 billion annually on their budget. They have a fleet of 88 F-35A aircrafts. They don't have carriers. They don't have nuclear weapons or nuclear submarines, but they have a small surface submarine fleet as well. So what? What was that, Sean? They don't have a military? Do you really want to go on the record? Do you want people to do you want to be known as someone who made that stupid ass fucking statement that they don't have a military? And people are going to believe it. And they're not going to get pushback from Fox. Can you imagine sitting there with a responsible journalist and then he said, "Well, Canada doesn't have a military." What do you mean Canada doesn't have? Of course they have a military. What do you mean they don't have a military? Of course they have a fucking military. But again, nothing to see here. It's par for the course. All right, the last little bit of I want to play this sound from, and I debated as to whether I wanted to play it, but um, I want to play the sound of Hakeem Jeffries addressing his meeting with Jared Kushner. Here you go. Actions speak louder than words. It's not a good look, Hakeem, for you to come out against Medicare for all, the traditional models. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for you to be talking about affordability and not be willing to address the single biggest issue that we have in our country, in my opinion, is the overwhelming cost of healthcare. That's not a good look. At this point, you are likely to be the Speaker of the House in the new Congress. So the question I have, along with other members of your caucus who've been paying attention more to the left in your party, the progressive left, the DSA, will you as well? Will you as well? I don't know. I don't know. I hope so, but I don't know. All right, friends, I'm going to wrap there today. Thank you all for joining us today. Great show, a lot of great guests, a lot of really necessary conversations. We took you through the Dr. El Sayed interview with Jesse Waters. We've discussed the blatant corruption, the obvious corruption, the incompetence of this administration. And I think that's a good spot to stop. I would encourage folks to go rate our friend SoCal Smitty. You'll likely find Michelle on the panel. Always great conversations. I'll probably head on over there myself after I decompress, because I do need to do that after I get off. And then we'll be back tonight at 9 o'clock. We'll cover anything additional that shows up in our news cycle, whether it's related to the mail-in situation or whatever that might be. But we might try to sprinkle in some debates tonight as well. So again, please go rate SoCal Smitty. Thank you to the best mods in the business. Thank you, chat. You guys are the smartest without question. I love you all. Again, as a reminder, if you want to support the channel and to do something towards, we push towards our documentary. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Also, any super chats, all those proceeds go directly to support us over here. And if you want to check out the new items in the merch store, you'll find the Do Something Tour merch catalog, the first link in my bio. Otherwise, continue to join our Discord and all the things. And we need your help to stay relevant. Appreciate you all very, very much. Love you guys. We'll see you tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Until then, friends, there's always something to do. So please go do something. Peace. Have a great day.